Okay, there's a new YouTube stream coming up. There we go. It's up. Holy shit. Okay. So I was saying microphone connects to main mixer node. Mix. We get a 48K signal that goes to the sync. Then we have um, multiple network source nodes, which we add dynamically, which all connect to the main mixer node, main mix. And these all go to the headphones. I'm going to just say head. These are the headphones. Now, when you turn on microphone test, I think that we want to connect this mix to the main mixer so that you can hear in your headphones your microphone. This is when you go into settings and test your input device. Now, the question is, do we keep this connection always on or do we toggle it? I think that there is a cost to toggling. Like there's a... the question is it better to keep the connection on? Also, I should add, these things, all these wires have volume knobs. So you can turn volume up and down on each one of them. So the question is it better to dynamically turn on and off this connection here, or is it better to keep it always on but with volume 0 and then we bump up the volume as needed? Which one is the better experience? I don't know. I'll guess that doing this, keeping the connection enabled but at volume 0 is the preferable choice. That's my guess. So that's the assumption that I will work on. In any case, we'll want to turn on and off a tap. So that part we'll want to do dynamically. But yeah, that's it. So that means that we want to connect mixer node to sync node. Then we want to connect so we connect the capture mixer node to the main mixer node with this format. Wait, where's the fucking volume? I said that there's always a volume knob. Where's the volume knob? I think you ask manager dot capture mixer node, and then this guy. Okay, there's output volume. Set output volume. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe. Oh. I'm pretty sure that the Apple presentation said that there is a volume knob for each bus, not just one for this. Where's the slides? Okay, let's see. Voice processing support, new real-time audio input and output nodes, spatial audio rendering improvements, audio engine voice processing for VoIP apps. Okay, set on either input or output node. For echo cancellation, both the input and output nodes will be operating in voice processing mode. Okay. Audio I/O node. Oh, this is the audio processing stuff. Okay, source and sync node. Um, let's see. When rendering to a device, blocks operate under real-time constraints. I should not perform any blocking calls. Yes. Spatial rendering, automatic spatial rendering algorithm improvements to support specialization of multi-channel content. I don't know this stuff. 3D mixing. What? What's new in audio session? We don't care because that doesn't exist for us. Oh, okay, so it's not the what's new. I want the introducing audio engine slides. Audio engine in practice. Yes. Oh, did I get the slides right away? Oh my god, you guys. I love you. Thank you. Yeah, audio engine, manual ending, auto shutdown, setup, application. Oh no. Where's the code stuff? We don't care about manual rendering. Auto shutdown. Hardware is stopped if running idle for a certain duration, started dynamically when needed. Safety net for conserving power. Enforce behavior on watchOS, optional on other platform. Um, ah, okay. AV audio player node. No, we don't really care about that right now. Deprecation coming soon, 2018. AU graph, RIP. AirPlay 2 support. Oh, audio routing, current behavior. Long form audio routing. WatchOS. That is not the MIDI or enhancements. Mm, no, these are not the slides that I was looking for either. There's other slides. Or rather, I saw the talk. So it's not okay. It's not what's new in audio engine. It's not WWDC 19. What is this one? Related manuals and documents. Random shit. Audio API updates. What's new in audio? Okay, wait. Is this the one that I was looking a moment ago at? Hello? Full PDF document. Open file directly. Okay, so this is not it. What about this? Audio engineering in practice. This is what we watched just now. I think we might have found it. Let's see. Active chain source to destination node. Disconnected nodes are in an inactive state. Push destination node called output node. I think this is it. Input audio mixer node. Yeah, you see. Okay, I didn't make this up. There is a volume knob. Oh, but you know what? This is the output volume. Okay, so each of these guys has a different knob because they are output knobs. But if a mixer has sub mixing. Oh So don't tell me that I need to essentially add another mixer in the mix. No, that makes no sense. Wait a second. I need to be able to. Yeah, no, I guess I could. I guess what I could do is I add another mixer node here in the middle, and then I change the output of that mixer. But a mixer has multiple outputs. There needs to be a way of changing the volume knob of one of those outputs. I do not believe it. Buffer schedule options. Yeah, I remember. These are the slides of the talk that I saw. Yeah. Node tap, and which is another delicious thing, no doubt. Uh, where's the volume knob? Capturing input. Oh, now we're talking about EQ nodes. No, we don't care about that right now. Oh, there we go. Mixer input bus settings. Audio mixing protocol. Audio mixing protocol defines mixer bus input bus settings. Source nodes conform to this protocol. Player node, input node. Protocol properties take effect when connected to mixer node. When not connected to mixers, changes to protocol properties values are cached. Common mixing protocol properties. Player.volume. Stereo mixing. Okay, there we go. I think I think we're getting there. This smells good. And then we go into something else. 3D audio. No. Yes. Video game dudes. Source obstruction. Occlusion. Name for output bus. Next available input bus. I think it's something like this. Uh, engine. No, manager dot. Yeah, engine dot main mixer node. Next available input bus. Yeah, actually, I have no idea. Oh, it's a dot. Okay, AV audio node bus. What's an AV audio node bus? Oh, it's just a number. So an audio mixer node that supports AV audio mixing. Destination for mixer. Mixing destination. Okay, I think we need to look into audio mixing stuff. I have difficulties with the latest reader writer system for 016. I posted the full question in Zig's Discord. I'll repost it in here. Just link in the thread. Link in the thread and I will take a look. Destination for mixer, bus. When a source node is connected to multiple mixers downstream, setting AV audio mixing properties directly on the source node will apply the change to all mixers downstream. If you want to get set properties on a specific mixer, use this method to get the corresponding audio mixing destination and or set properties to it. Oh, in the Discord, right? Okay. I should be able to open this. How to set up a reader writer chain? I need to read the body and enter convert it to each format until it succeeds. The only solution I see is read the buffer and per each attempt allocate a new buffer for output of the converter, or better yet, first validate the response and then allocate the buffer. The description doesn't make it immediately obvious what your problem is. So you're using the HTTP client. Yes. The HTTP client will have it will stream the body of a reply. So you will not have in the buffer the full reply necessarily yet. Then the question is, how much of the body do you need to understand what the body format is? Also, what does it mean for you to um, convert? What does convert mean? What kind of conversion do you need to apply to the body of a response? In any case, yeah, if you need the full body to be able to do whatever it is that you want to do with it, then essentially your only option is to have a buffer big enough to hold all of it. And I believe that the HTTP client doesn't provide that to you directly. You have to use APIs to move the bytes to a buffer that you own. Um, if instead you have a setup where basically data can come in plain text and base 64 and in JSON, and from that I need to parse the data. Okay, based on the description that you're giving me, to be able to do this validation correctly, you kind of need all of it. So you need to use a function that just allocates. I want a parsing pipeline. Yeah, but the problem is that if you have a parsing pipeline with a reader and a writer, and you just read directly from let's say the HTTP stream, you're not gonna be able to rewind in case that you change your mind, right? Maybe in the beginning it looks like I don't know, base 64, but then it turns out that it's not, and so what you consumed. It's not coming back to you. So in my opinion, at least as a starting point, you just want to um, just allocate the body in a buffer and then you operate on the buffer, which by the way might include creating another reader. Like you can, if you want your stuff to be reader based, you take the whole response from the HTTP client, you save it in a buffer, and then you create a IO dot reader dot fixed. You create a fixed reader, which will read from that buffer. It will provide you a reader that reads from that buffer. And so at that point, you can give that reader to a JSON parser and see if it works out. And if it fails, then you recreate another reader, like you reset the reader essentially, because you can do that because you have it's a fixed reader that reads off of a buffer that you own, and then you pass the reader to your, I don't know, base 64 encoder, decoder, or whatever. But you cannot do that directly off of um, the HTTP client itself, in a sense. Will Awebo have a test call button where the server plays a short recording? Um, well, I think I broke it now, but can I run it? Or is this too old? Oh, I think this is too old. Um, so crypto code, I would like to show you a test. The problem is that I'm in the middle of rewriting it, but I did add. So did you see that I added a test audio capture thing? It doesn't go through the server. It only goes locally. But do you have a specific reason why you would want this to go to the server and back? Oh, okay. So you were not specifically asking for that. In that case, I would say uh, be patient. Let me get to a compiling state again. Well, compiling plus working state again, and then I'll be able to demo what I have to you. And I don't know. You tell me if that's what you were expecting or not. Okay, there's a lot of things that are complicated. It's this whole system seems a little bit hostile to having a um I don't know, maybe you know what, let's ask Claude just in case that I missed something. Also, let me maybe just moving between mixer nodes. Demo gaming. Wow. Okay. Um in AV audio engine on macOS, I have a mixer node connected to two other nodes. Is it possible to change the output volume of only one of these two connections? I think yes. I think that is the mixing target option object thingy, blah blah blah. To control the volume of any connection, you have to a couple of approaches. One, use a separate audio mixer node per source, recommended. Okay, that's the fallback that I was trying to hoping to avoid. Control volume of an input bus. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so you do destination for mixer, conforms to audio mixing, and each input bus has its own volume. You can set via destination for mixer. You grab the audio mixing destination, and then you call volume on that. Destination for mixer. Okay, this guy doesn't recommend it, but I don't give a fuck about its opinion. We already proved that it's not. It doesn't know all that much. Okay, so that means that we need to do manager.engine dot. Actually, no, manager dot. Here, capture mixer node. Destination for mixer. Destination for mixer. manager.engine.main mixer node. Where's the, there's no destination for mixer. Hmm. So that should give me what? A AV audio mixing destination. Just destination. There is no destination. Hmm. What about a node that is not a mixer node? So for example, if I go to the uh, engine and then I do engine and then I go to the AV audio node, does this guy have output format for bus, name for input bus, name for output bus, install top, remove top, number of inputs, number of outputs, last render time, have audio unit. Okay. Audio presentation latency. Wait a second. Where's destination for mixer? There's no destination for mixer. Oh no. This is AV audio node. Wait a second. Show me node A, destination for mixer, column mixer bus 0, bus 1. Yeah. Okay. So I need to get the next available buffer number. Uh, manager engine main mixer node dot next available input bus. What type is this thing? AV audio node bus. Which is just a number. Perfect. Then we connect. Then we say that the knob is the, no, it's not the capture mixer node. It's the, wait a second. Oh, actually, that shouldn't matter. Yeah, because it's from capture mixer node. Destination for mixer. Bus 1. Oh, now you don't complain anymore, huh? So it is a thing. Returns the audio mixer destination object corresponding to the mixer node on its on and its input bus. When a source node is connected to multiple mixers downstream, setting AV audio mixing properties directly on the source node will apply the change to all mixers downstream. If you want, that's a property. Okay, this is what I was reading before. So this is the stuff that I was reading before that we wanted. I just didn't see the signature, so we were already pretty close. And now the mixing destination has. But here's the thing: we don't see anything in here. Where's the? Oh, I guess because it conforms to audio mixing, has volume. Okay, that's why. Did you ever make the audio work goodly? Hey, Matt. So I'll give you the very quick, short version of the story. I got the network side of audio working, I think, very good. I did a test yesterday and it works, in my opinion, comparable to mainstream applications. I am now in the process of rewriting the Objective-C code because I think I have identified precisely what I did wrong and why that has specifically catastrophic consequences when it comes to Bluetooth. So you're watching me get this right now. What did you do wrong? Basically, I was creating two separate graphs. One that would capture audio from the microphone. This is called engine. Think of them as hardware initialization, a clock, and callbacks that basically pump audio through the graph. And I created two separate ones. And that works fine as long as microphone is one device and headphones are another device. But if microphone and headphones are quote unquote, or actually not quote unquote, like physically the same device, then I would try to connect it to two engines that have different timings and that probably try to do conflicting settings, one on the microphone end of your Bluetooth headphones, one of the speaker end of your Bluetooth headphones, and something in the plumbing would fail. So now I'm moving everything down to only one engine, because originally I didn't realize that one engine could manage a disconnected graph. Like I basically, this is going to be one engine, but there's going to be pipelines that don't really touch one another. And so I have a strong feeling that once I get this right, all the issues will be gone. Yeah, something like this. Okay. So now I have to understand also what is making this thing go insane. What I'm not understanding is whose bus we're looking at. Bus 0, not as connection on mixer on bus 0. Destination B. Connect A to mixer from anything. Okay, so this is going to be bus 0. This is going to be bus 1. Okay, we're looking at the bus of the mixer. Okay, we're looking at the bus of the sync mixer. So we're looking at the bus of main mixer node. So that is correct. That is correct. I mean, we could hard code the number, but whatever. Let's do it cutesy. So with this, we have a connection to the capture mixer to the main mixer node. We have a volume knob, which we set to 0. I have no idea why pressing enter caused this behavior, but fine. So here we do knob.volume equals 0. So set the volume to 0. I think we want to keep track of the knob. So let's call it, what is this thing? Mixing destination. Oh, come on. Uh, capture test volume. Capture test. Uh, volume knob. I don't know. That's not maybe not the most enlightened name, but that's essentially what it is. It's the capture test volume knob. So with this, we do this. This. So we set the volume to 0 in the beginning. Okay, this whole mambo jumbo was so that we can keep that there. And then when we enable the test, audio capture test start. Starting out the test. Do we do any configuration? No. Do or do we? Do we or do we not? Do we or do we not? I think we do not. Let's assume that we do not for now. I have a couple more questions. When I call allocating writer to the init, does it automatically free to own slices, or I have to free them manually? If you call to own slice on an allocating writer, the writer detaches the heap memory connected to it and gives it to you. So the own in that name means that now you own that memory. So and so now that's a slice of heap allocated memory that it's entirely on you to manage. You need to call GPA or whatever your allocator is dot free on those slices after the fact. So the original allocating writer loses completely knowledge of their existence. Um, thank you. What's the best way to test HTTP clients in Zig? I don't think I have an answer to that question. I don't know. I've never done myself, so I don't know. I mean, one way in which you could test this is you, in a test, you spin up a server and, hmm. I mean, HTTP clients, you mean, do you want to do an end-to-end test, as in your thing accepts like a, you know what? I don't know. It depends on which interface you want to use to test. I don't have a good answer. I don't have like a good suggestion. My recommendation is to try stuff out and come up with your own understanding. I don't have any. I could enumerate the ways in which you could do it, but yeah, I don't know which one would be preferable. I think also depends on your use case a little bit. In any case, start audio test. Um, we don't do this. We don't do any of that anymore. We do this definitely. Manager dot um, capture test volume knob equals 1.0. dot volume. Then we want to install a top. But it's not on the main mixer node, it's on the capture mixer node. Oh, right, this is manager. Manager the capture mixer node. Install top puff on 0. Format. What's the format going to be? The format is going to be I mean, it's essentially the format that it's currently active in the capture mixer mode, but honestly, we don't really care. So this can be, I think we could leave this nil and it would be fine, but we can also do manager dot format like mono format. So this all works. How the capture engine stop? We do not stop this engine. This is manager dot capture mixer node remove tap on bus on tap on bus 0. Actually, I think we want tap on bus 1. We want tap on bus 1 and we want to set the volume back to 0. So we want to do manager dot knob, set the volume back to 0. Also, no engine start. Engine has already started. Okay. Man, we have revolutionized this whole thing. Now there is one problem, which is we do a lot of initialization. We set up the whole graph in the correct manner in the beginning. We do prepare the engine, which is good. We do call start in a separate function. There's this whole user data thing that we use here that we will need to provide. We'll need to provide user data. And I fear that the init function might be too early. I don't know if we will have this pointer available to us this early. I'll take a look. Worst case, we could add an indirection by making it a property in here, but I think it sucks. I think this sucks if we were to do this. Technically, we could make a global variable. A global variable would be slightly less sucky. Probably making it a global variable is not a bad idea. I don't know. But then we would still have to be able to set it. And then here's another problem. Now we need to set. Now we need to call audio capture update and audio playback update. Essentially, we want to call this whenever you touch the drop down menu, which I don't think we were doing before. So now we need to wire these callbacks. So these are new symbols that we need to define on the Zig side. Then we need to wire when they're called. And then we kind of have to hope that we can hot patch these things as we expect to be able to. So we'll see. So we will see. I want to make sure that Fetcher correctly parses server output. I could probably spin a mock server that would serve some predefined content, and then my client would fetch it and parse it. That is a reasonable way of doing it. Yes, you could make a function that creates a web server that essentially serves one request and then dies. That's totally doable. And then you also spin up the client in there. I guess the problem is that this is a lot slower than just testing this in a more unit testing fashion where you don't spin up a real server that like listens on a port or on a socket. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna go get some tea, and then we're gonna do the Zig side of this update. So far, so good. I have to say, this API is very respectable. I'm having a good time with this API. The worst part was this like finding like accessing the freaking volume knob. That was the most annoying thing. I'm actually surprised that there is no um like on a mixer. I would expected the mixer to have I'm gonna say like multiple outputs. I don't know, but apparently that is not the case. Mm-mm. Yeah, I guess the alternative would be to connect the input node directly, but I don't want to do that. I just want to keep because then this is the perfect architecture. Okay, give me a sec. I'll go grab some tea and then I'll continue this work. Okay, let's go do the Zig side. Um, I apologize for all the fans um of Objective C. I apologize for not um for switching back to Zig, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, so where does this all start? I guess the bindings need to be different now. So that's where we start. I would say that we do. I would say that discover audio devices and start listening should be the point also where we initialize the audio engine. You know what? Yeah, that should be it, maybe. Hmm. No, but though, because if we do the other setup first, then it's gonna be better, maybe. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't change anything. Maybe it doesn't matter much. In any case, we don't have playback start, playback stop. We have we don't have playback capture start, capture stop. We do have capture test start and stop, but we have playback update and and capture update. So now we have those. This is in the engine manager, so that means that the wrapper around here also needs to do the same. So no capture stop, no playback stop. Yes. So this is the update stuff. Then we need to go up. There's no more capture stop. There's no more playback stop. There's just playback start, playback update. Well, actually, hmm. Okay, so these are now update. Then we need to go in dummy and do the same. Then test start actually should not have these two guys anymore, I think. Yeah. Then I forgot to do that up here. What, did I kill capture test start? No. What are you smoking? Oh, it's the signature that is different. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, actually we do need capture stop in a sense. That is an interesting question. Uh capture stop. About that. Ah. Yeah, because we need to stop capturing the microphone at some point. So we do need capture stop. And then we do need capture start, which is different than capture update. So I guess we need all of them. Let me think about it for a second. Yeah, because we actually don't want to reconnect. So we do want to reconnect the playback device whenever it changes, but we don't want to reconnect the microphone if it was not already connected. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to Objective C for a second. Yep, we do want to do this. Another capture update, we do not want to change this. Hmm. Yeah, we still need this because we need to call this when we join a call, when we leave a call. I think maybe I need a boolean to um, test if this guy is connected or not. Is there a way to test if two nodes are already connected? Hmm. What about engine.input node? Number of outputs. The node's number of output buses of input buses. Um, wait, I can do this. Um, so if it already has exits, then we return because it's already connected. And here we do if not our inputs is 0, return. Hopefully this works. And here we can do this on the capture mixer. If the unknown outputs of capture mixer is 2, then we return. Although, do we need this to be idempotent? I don't know. Maybe it's not a bad idea. Hmm. Okay. After capture start, connects input node to mixer. After capture stop, disconnects input node. Okay. So far, so good. Audio capture update disconnects sets. I think this guy should also reconnect if necessary. So I think it should be like this. Bool reconnect equals this engine input node number of outputs greater than 0. And if so, we do this. That seems reasonable. Okay, let's go fix the Z code now. So that means that we do want to have capture start and capture stop. Okay. Okay, so far so good. So we don't do playback start here in the beginning. We do discover devices and listen. Okay. I think discover devices and listen should yeah, we don't have playback start anymore. So how does it work? When do we start playback? Maybe we should keep playback start. I think we should keep playback start. Or just audio start. But at the same time, why is it not why isn't this the one thing? Why isn't the discover devices and listen just the main start point? I think this should be the main start point. Start. There we go. Let's go rename discover devices and listen. Do we have start audio in init? No, in init we don't have audio. That is the problem. That is the unfortunate problem. How did this do that? What? How did that enter send me down there? Sometimes I just don't get what this editor is doing. I just get myself. I must be getting myself in some state that I just don't understand. Okay, we call discover devices and listen. Okay, so we might as well do it like this, which might as well be just os.start, which does both things. Oh shit, but then the init is going to potentially init something that is undefined. I forgot that we had this problem. This is all because of when I'm initializing that fucking thing. Uh, hmm. So no, I do want to call init. I guess we can make it a property or a global. I'm so tempted to just make it a global. I think we're making that thing just a global and calling it a day. Hmm. Hmm. That damn pointer. All of this because a damn pointer that we discovered is problematic to pass around right in the init. Uh, mm, yeah. Let's go in here. Let's make this a global. Um, this is extern var Awebo user data. Actually, how does this work? Okay, what did we have in audio.m? We have the initial thing. We do have engine start and engine stop. Although, mm, like this, duplicate start. Oh, this will be stop. Oh, right. Okay. 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 So with this, we have start and stop, and we do call start whenever we are done looking at devices. Now, when we update the value in our drop down menus, we need to call the appropriate functions here. But at the same time, that is not critical to get right. I think I have a bug in here where I do input stuff when looking at the output node. This is in audio playback update, maybe. Engine disconnect node input. Maybe this is disconnect node output. Maybe. Okay. So for now, I guess we can start with this guy should return on failure that a failure happened, because then this leaves us with the node disconnected nodes. Okay, so we're gonna need to have some error reporting there. But let's see how we're doing. Index out of bounds. Index 2, length 1. Okay, let's see what's happening. Upserting. Blah, blah, blah. Audio.zig. 583. Count channels. Oh, no. Is that a problem that happens every time? Is this because I have my... Uh, is this because I have my headphones nearby that are being picked up? 583. Count channels. Hmm. Okay, what are we discovering that blows up? CA default device aggregate. The fuck is a CA default device aggregate? Oh no. Wait, what? Where? Why were not we looking, seeing this bad boy before? Okay, is it my headphones? It's not my headphones. It's something else. Um, do I have a weird aggregate defined in here? No. So what is it picking up? HD60X, LG Ultra Gear, Roadcaster, HD Pro webcam, Black Hole, mini speakers, and there's a top secret device. Why were we not seeing this top secret device before? Where is this fucker coming from? Also, how are we going out of bounds? Wait a second. That's a for loop. How are we even? It's the slicing. Index of bounds. Index 2. Length 1. Audio buffer list. But these are things that come from... I know this guy. I know this type. Audio buffer list. Oh, you know why? Because it's defined as being one of these, while in reality, that is not the real definition. Um, Let me think how we can do this. I think this is an artifact of translation. Actually, we can even inline everything, right? Horrible, but also, what the fuck is this code doing? This is grabbing one of these guys and then it's adding to B. Oh, for each one of these guys, we have a number of channels. Okay. Okay, so we survived. Um, Now, in theory, I can go into settings, and in theory, I should be able to turn on the capture test and not blow up. Okay, time to stop the music uh, and start the audio testing. So I'm gonna turn on audio also for YouTube. Let's see how this goes. So let me recap. We should have started the engine. Actually, I would like to see this also in the logs. So we set all the devices. So we also have a CA default device aggregate. Input 2, output 4. I have no idea what the fuck is this. Because I bet you that you're not going to see it in here. So we don't know what that is. So this weirdo thing is going to show up in here. We don't know what it is. We probably need to ignore it, but I don't know. Okay. Then test. Boom, insta crash. NS range exception. Capture test stop. Stopping audio test. Audio test was already off. Capture test start. Starting audio test. And then there is a auto range exception, object and index subscript. Index 1 out of bounds. I think it's my code. Install tap on bus. So first of all, we need to go in audio, and I think that um, this guy needs to connect the microphone, or we call the microphone connection thing first. Which one is it? It seems that we kind of want to call this one first. But then this tap does not work. That surprises me. I can put 0 in here. So this crash, I think, is because of that one there. We can try again. Yeah. Okay, so now it doesn't crash anymore, but we don't turn on audio capture. So um, that's a logic bug that makes sense. Yeah, actually, I cannot test on this. This is always going to be true. Oh, wait a second. Capture mixer no number outputs equals true too. That is actually always true. It's we can use the volume. Let's use the volume. Okay. This surprises me, but fine. Okay, so this is okay. Now we need to start also capture when we start the test. So this is our own code. So we can go in av.zig, I guess. Hmm. Test. Okay, this part I'm not convinced about. Why is this not working? Capture test start, capture test stop. I think we might get a failure when we try to start the engine. We should look at the logs for that. Actually, we don't see anything about this. We see discoveries of these things. Um, so if we go in audio, we have, I believe, engine start. Okay, let's see. Engine start success. So in theory, the engine started successfully. So we should be able to connect the input and make it work. Either I'm missing something, or let's see, capture test volume knob volume equals 0. Main mixer node mono format. Oh, you know what we're missing? We're not connecting. We have not connected the main mixer node to the output node. And that we need to do right away. That is a thing that we didn't do. Okay, let's see how this goes. Test. Uh-oh. No, no improvement. Did we start the engine correctly? Engine start success. Okay, let's see again. Maybe we can do something better. We can do what is it? What happens if we leave it nil? So this should work. Let me think of reasons why this would not work. Bluetooth is off. I don't have any weird setting right now. My default audio device settings. Oh, input is that. Let's say pro welcome, and let's say yes, this is my output, which is what you guys normally hear. Yeah. So this not working. Let's try to call these functions playback update and capture update whenever we click on those things. So in AV, what happens when we do the drop down? Changed equals false, changed equals true. Select the index, mark it X. And this returns changed. Hmm. There we go. So all we do is we override selected. Okay. So here we can say that if changed, there we go. So in theory, now we should be able to play around with those drop-down menus. Um, let's see what happens. Okay. Oh, set engine failed. There we go. Now, what is this? Invalid property value. Do you know of a sound mixer on macOS that provides per app volume control? I don't think you can do that with third party software, and I don't think the OS provides this. So I think unless the OS starts providing it, I don't know how you would do that with third party software. Well, I mean, technically, I guess you could argue that the OS could have the APIs and then just not a GUI for it, but I don't think that is the case on macOS. So the closest thing that you can do is in the audio MIDI setup, you can create virtual devices of various kinds, and I used sound source from Rogue Amoeba in the past, which was able to do it. Okay. So I think that in here, maybe you have some settings, but yeah, otherwise I wouldn't know where to go. So invalid property value. It seems that we are not passing around good values. Um, Maybe we need to stop the engine and start it again before applying surgery. So we can try this. Um, Actually, we could also do this. What happens? What happens if I try this now? Oh, right. We are changing the input, which is not even connected. So, okay. So let me try this. So they need to stop the engine and start it before mucking with the hardware. Let's see. That sucks. No. Oh fuck. This succeeded. Wait, it's just my fucking webcam that fails. Even oh, wait. What? Okay, for some reason my webcam is busted. I'm gonna try unplug and replug it. So my webcam seems that it was busted, and at the same time, maybe this stop start business is unnecessary. Maybe the error that I was receiving was just because of that one device. Spin up Cloud Code instance. Yeah, sorry, dude. I do whatever the fuck I want. Go annoy somebody else. Oh yeah, it did work. So we can swap this stuff hot. That's great. But also, I don't understand why this was playing back. Okay, so now this is fine. The camera just does not want to play with this. Okay, fine. Can I start this? Ah, man. Starting audio test, but we don't hear anything back. Oh, HD60 gave us an error. Some audio playback stuff wants to play with us. Some doesn't. We don't know why. So it seems that the stop start is unnecessary. Okay. So I think we're having trouble like hearing back. Now there's issues with how we set up the audio interface. So Mac Mini speakers works. Roadcaster works. I didn't want to do that, but okay. Now HD60X works. So now this all works. Um, HD Pro webcam just does not want to play with us anymore. This works. Start. Um, well, technically, yes. Wait, is this it? Test, 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 test. No. This might be me. This might be me. This might be me not having everything configured as it should. Actually, we can see this in the settings. System settings. Does oh wait, the HDMI webcam here works. What the fuck? And okay, my mic also works. So the fact that we don't hear anything is suspicious. Something kinda broke here. And yet we were hearing ourselves earlier. And yet we were able of hearing ourselves earlier. Okay, sometimes this thing eats clicks when it shouldn't. Hmm. Hmm. Sorry. So far we have a regression of audio stuff. And I don't know exactly what it is that causes it. For some reason, the tap doesn't work, it doesn't flow, and I don't know why. I could connect the input. So I'm gonna connect the input node to its mixer right away, just to see if the rest of the graph works. So attach node, blah blah blah. Main mixer node, capture mixer node. Maybe I'm getting this wrong, and this knob should be set to 1. What happens if I do that? Nah, that still doesn't explain though. That's definitely not that. Definitely not it, for sure. Yeah, undo. Yeah, let's connect. Okay, what if we do this? By the way, that format nil might be more problematic than I'm thinking it is. With this, we should have feedback right away, or just a crash. Required condition is false. Let's try again. Contains object node 2. Is this format? Is format the problem? Input format for bus 0. And this is manager engine output node. Output format for bus 0. Input format for bus 0. How about that? Huh. It's in, oh, when we call connect to, audio engine connect to format. Oh shit, we're doing this too early. The node needs to be attached first. Ah, that's fair. Test, test. So, okay, the fact that we don't hear anything. Oh wait, volume should be 1. Okay, in this case, volume being 0 is a problem. Yes, so we should hear feedback right away now. Do we? Test. Yes. Okay, we have it. Okay, so this works. Now, what if we do not attach the input node right away and we wait for the call to capture start? Let's add a print. Okay. So to recap, we do engine input node, number of outputs. I suspect that this is not what I think it is. I suspect that this is essentially not what I think it is. This is not telling me that this is not making this function idempotent. Okay, let's remove it. Actually, you know what? Let's leave it and let's watch the print never show up, which explains the problems that we're having, at least some of them. The device is refusing to turn on. That's a different story. Test. Yeah, we see capture test start. We see starting audio test, but we don't see the other one. We don't see capture start. So this is not what I was thinking it was. Test. Test. Capture start, starting audio test. So this time this worked, at least kinda. HD6X does not want to play with us. Make mini speakers. Make mini speakers. Test. Test. Okay, I think the engine is in a kind of a broken state. Also, you know what? Wait, there's a thing that we can do that can help us. There is a way of subscribing to changes in the graph, and that I think includes also other things. Also, you know what? What if we do the stop start stuff in the playback? Um, Playback update. Okay, what if I did this? Would this make you happier? Yeah, but I also want that callback. Huh. By stopping and restarting, this now agrees. This now agrees. This agrees. They all agree. So it means that the hot swap is doable, but you kinda don't want to do that. You kind of want the stop and restart. Or I guess you can attempt and then stop and restart on in case of failure. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. But also, I think that whenever we do this, we need to flush our input buffers because we don't want to fall behind. Sorry, and we need to flush also our jitter buffers. I think we essentially need to start again from scratch with everything. Otherwise, we introduce weird delays, I think. Okay, so let's see how does this work. Uh, do, 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 do. So here, when we create everything, select or handle engine config change. Name AV audio engine configuration notification. Okay. Then um, then we need this. I don't know where do we put it. I guess at the end. AV audio engine configuration notification received. Rebuilding engine must be handled on the main thread. Says who? Says who? Uh, maybe. Yeah, we don't have rebuild engine, so we're missing rebuild engine. Um, I would like to print the problems that we have. Hmm. Yeah, I think let's do it like this way. Um, engine broke. Basically, this is fine. This notification tells us that the engine is not working anymore. Period. Which means that we should rebuild it. But also, oh, I saw that there was a YouTube, of course, set. Uh, Newbie to Zig here. I want to know what makes Zig good for these kind of projects or languages like Python or Rust. Well, if you're making a serious voice application, Zig definitely wins over Python because it's a lower level programming language. So, if you're doing real time audio, you cannot do real time audio from Python. The best that you can hope for is that you write Python and then a C library beneath you does the real time audio. That's the best you can aim for. So, and then if you want to do things, if you want to have control over how things happen, then good luck because you don't have the ability to do that. You're on the Python side. The stuff is happening on the C side, and you don't have direct control. Like if you cannot touch the knobs on the C side directly, and you can only touch the ones that get exposed to you from Python, then you don't have control over what's going on. And sometimes you will encounter problems that are like simply impossible to surmount without you going and touch the C code. As for Rust, that's another systems programming alternative. So that is viable for sure. Okay, so let's see if. Yeah, there we go. Set engine device failed. Boom, engine broke. So now we know that the moment that we hit one of those, the engine breaks. Engine start, capturing audio. HD60X, set engine failed. Engine broke. That surprises me. Because in theory, we stopped the engine right before updating that. So why is it giving us trouble? So now this is fine. This is fine. This is a crash. Reason, rejected condition is false. Source node mixer connections empty. And is source node connected to IO node? So I think that our code that tries to hot patch the engine is kind of problematic. It's kind of not doing too well. So that means when the other engine's IO observes a change to the audio input or output hardware's channel count or sample rate, the audio engine stops, uninitializes itself, and issues this notification. The nodes remain in an attached and connected state with the previously set formats. The app must reestablish connections if the connection formats need to change. Huh. So let's see. I think I'm feeling the disconnections. Okay, so if the engine is not broken, I bet you that I'm doing this wrong. Holy shit. Required condition is false. Source mixer connections empty. Is source connected to IO node? Mixer connections empty. Oh, let's not do this also. Let's assume that this is true. A capture test. AV audio engine connect to audio capture start. Audio capture start. Connect engine input node to mixer. Format input node input format for bus 0. Hmm. So capture start fails to connect the input node to the mixer. But before capture start, we call. Oh wait, no. That makes no sense. Huh. Okay, now this works. Stop, start, stop. This guy, start, crash. Okay, so that means that capture update does something that it should not do. Set engine node is input device 1112, hardware format, reconnecting capture device, capture test start, capture start, because we reconnect the capture device while uh, okay. So that means that we should be, that means that, okay, so that means that the way it's coded right now, this only works as a hot swap in here. But the problem is that hot swapping causes failures on devices. Okay. 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 So no, we necessarily need to do stop and start for everything because otherwise these changes are going to fail all the time, it seems. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a very quick break. Then when we come back, when I come back, um we need to keep diagnosing how this works. Like there's just no way out. The only reasonable way is to understand this, to get to the bottom of this. So I'll be right back. Okay. So I think we need state variables. I was trying to be smart, trying to be smart about it, but there's no point. Property strong bool running. Actually, that might be the one that we don't need to, because we don't need to have, because an engine has, I think, a property that tells you if it's running or not. Oh, there's pause. Pause the engine stops the audio hardware and the flow when operating in this mode. This is recommended that the engine be paused or stop when not in use to minimize power consumption. Okay. So there's pause, reset, stop. Okay, so the engine has a boolean for running. Okay, so this we don't need, but we should have a boolean for capturing. So we know if we are supposed to be capturing or not at a given point in time. So that means that these connections that we do in here, except maybe this one, these are static connections. So you guys are coming with me, and here we say that these are static connections. These never change. They don't depend on any hardware format. So this is fine. Let's have a rebuild method. Do we call it from the outside rebuild? I think rebuild should be a thing that we call from the outside. Hmm. I don't remember how these things are done. Right. So this is void rebuild, takes no parameters. Probably needs to do also other stuff. Let me think. Actually, this one, doing it in the beginning is still not a bad idea. Hmm. Although that means that we use the default device, even though we might not want to. So no, we should not do this. On start, we do this. Although we don't know what the selected device is, so maybe start should expect engine start. Hmm. I guess the expectation is that we call device update first. Start and return error. Also, what does another thing that I don't understand is what does it mean that the app what is it? The audio engine stops and uninitializes itself. So does it mean that we need to call init on it again? I don't know. Maybe uninitialize kind of means that you have to call init on it, doesn't it? Like, what does init do? Impossible to know. Okay, so I'm confused about what the life cycle should be here. Uh, so the main places are the engine callback and us and the user mucking with drop down menus. One of the two things happens. We need to rebuild the engine. Rebuilding the engine means disconnecting input and output. Well, I guess it depends because if you didn't change the output and you just change the input, there's no point in disconnecting the other one. So I guess rebuild should be called after one of those functions has been called. Yeah, and then what does rebuild do then? I don't know if this makes sense like this. Um, hmm. When do we attach the playback though? In start? No, we just expect playback update to have been called at least once. So in audio, we do macOS interface. Audio playback update. We do it to ourselves, I think. Playback update. I want to say device. Actually, what are these guys? Oh, this is bad. I've been using these APIs all wrong. I've been using these APIs all wrong. So at the general level, let's see, we have playback update. Yeah, no, and then we don't do this. I mean, we do some of this. When we do it down, where we do this. Or not. But we need to do better. This is either the select the thing, else no, I think it's like this. Playback selected, or else playback default becomes this, otherwise null. Yeah, that's actually how this should be. Okay, this is much better. Okay. Okay. So, on startup, we call playback update to make sure that we do have a playback device. When do we call playback update? Before start, which is okay. After engine init, before start. Yes. Problem is we don't have this device in here. So here we need to do the device thing as well. Man, this interface is becoming kind of jank. I'm gonna copy this down then. I don't love it, but I can do it at least. Okay. So we call this, and we start the engine. This should get us with an engine that has a working audio connection. Then I'm trying to get one use case to work at a time, essentially. So I want the start to work correctly. Then we need to make sure that connecting a capture device works. Capture update needs to stop the engine, decide if we should reconnect or not this thing, and then start the engine again. Um, okay. Now we need to understand if this device would need to be reconnected or not. And that is entirely based on whether we are capturing or not. If we were capturing, we reconnect it. Okay, and so the only thing that we're left with is whether we're already in a test or not, but we have a proxy variable for that, so this is fine. Now we don't know what to do here when the engine breaks yet, but this is I don't know. This is already a starting point. Test. Okay. We have something that works, kinda. So at least we were able to connect the input. We start capturing, starting out the test, whatever. We have the top working. We don't hear anything, which is weird, but at least we have the top working. So, well, let's see what happens if I change this. HD60 doesn't want to work. Engine broke. Okay. Well, now none of the other. Okay, this one. Oh, this one now works. Wait, what the fuck? And the engine is now working again. Okay. I guess it's because we're doing stop start every single time. The problem is that we don't hear anything from this. Mac mini speakers don't want to work. The fact that the Mac mini speakers don't want to work is really surprising to me. Now they do want to work. Test, 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 test. Wait. Uh test, 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 test. Yeah, it works. I can hear it. So this is now working. HD60. I don't hear it anymore. But I cannot select HD60 from here. That being said, HD60 is already the default device. So if I do this, nothing works. And I don't know why. Um, what if I do this? It just does not want to work now with the main output device. Huh. Let's see if huh. Let's see what happens up here, because we do have at the beginning some stuff that happens here. Let's see. Set engine node is input equals 0, device 131. 2-channel 48 hertz de-interleaved. Am I using the wrong? Am I somehow assigning the wrong hardware format? I don't think so, but audio playback update. Oh, we're not doing the good engine stop start. Okay, let's do it the right way. So if engine running, then um how do we know if there is oh, you know what? Maybe this is completely wrong. What was this? Maybe this is what I'm doing wrong every single time. Yeah. I bet you that I was doing it right, and then I got confused and I changed it back. But this was actually right all along. That would explain a lot. Then we set the hardware device, update, blah blah blah. Now watch it behave much better. There we go. There we go. Test. Oh no, can't hear shit. Damn. Uh, so close. Why cannot we hear anything though on this thing anymore? What about on test, test, test? Engine broke. Make mini speakers refused. But if I select them here, now we can't select anything. I don't know what's up with this stuff. Test, test, test. Yeah. So we can. So this works. Hmm. That being said, there is one thing that is a problem. So first of all, the fact that we don't hear anything in here, I don't know, weird. Um, make mini speakers don't want to contribute, but if I do set them here first, and then I do the app again, test, 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 test. No, this is still not working. This failed. Huh. This worked, but doesn't do anything. These, I don't know what the fuck this is. Like this is, I have no idea. Test. Boom. Is formal sample rate and channel count valid in capture start? So this is more annoying than I thought. Interestingly, the two engines were in some ways less problematic. I mean, to be fair, we were not messing with them as much as I am messing now. Like I'm trying right now to have the mess with audio stuff work completely. But this does leave me with a non-satisfactory um like situation to be in. Yeah, because that means that we in audio then then we want to do this. Capture update. We need to call capture update. I guess we call it always before capture start. Or we need to call it from the outside, essentially. So you could say that here we need to do in the button. So capture test start, which does call capture start, but before it needs to call Okay, this should make it work with the default settings then. But what are we doing in here? No, not controls. Oh no. Okay, you shut off. Um, back to HD60. Just to test, do we play sound? Yes, we do. Then run this. Test. Okay, that works, but there's no playback. Which is weird because like why we lost the ability to do playback completely somehow. We have somehow lost completely the ability to do playback. Engine broke. Okay, I tried to select HD60 and engine broke. I think that selecting the device that is already the system default is a problem. And then if I select one that is not the system one, in any case, you don't hear anything because the volume is set to 0 somehow implicitly. So I don't know. Maybe this is just something that I should not be doing at all in here. Um, I'm curious what happens if I change here stuff. HD60, there's no output volume. Start capture test. Yeah, so this works. Oh? What? What? How? Why? What? 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 Why? Test? Test? Okay. Um, no, this is not reaching my Mac Mini speakers. I think. Yeah, for sure. Test. Now we're back. Test. 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 Uh, yeah, this one I think I don't listen to. Uh, that's my monitor, but I think that doesn't have speakers. It's only audio jack. And now are we back? No, now we're not back anymore. Test. 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 Something broke, and there's nothing we can do. Test. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Now we're working with the fancy microphone that wasn't working before. Why? Why? Hello? And now it's broken again. Now, for some reason, I cannot do playback again. Okay. Test, test. No. Okay. So here's my theory. My theory is that my assumption that you don't need to reconnect the output device is wrong. Or rather, my hypothesis that you don't need to reconnect the device at the other end of the graph is wrong. I think that both ends need to be reconnected every time we do this. It's either that or the entire engine has to fucking go. I don't know. Like it's either this or the entire engine needs to be purged. So let me do this. Capture update, playback update, also capture update, then playback update. This should be a poor man's version of. So this means that if we start mucking with things, it's not going to work. But this, in theory, if my theory is correct, should make the first test work. or crash. Rejected condition. Oh, because this one succeeded, but this one failed. Okay, so here's what happened. This one did succeed. This one failed. So that's why we got a crash. This one succeeds the first time. So device ID 131 succeeds the first time, but the second time that we do this, it doesn't like it. Okay, just to test, what if we move this first and capture update second? Then the next thing I'm going to try is to not do the initial one at all. Oh, now it doesn't complain. So now doing the output first and the input second is fine. But then we don't hear anything. Also, let me do one thing. Let me try with null on both ends. Test. Oh, there we go. It works. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now, what if we don't do this anymore? We just do the capture stuff in capture. Test. Test. Okay. So this works. I think it's my code for selecting devices. It's my freaking code for selecting devices that causes trouble. That code for switching devices is wrong. The problem is, to be fair, switching devices is kind of the core point of this exercise that we're doing. So that working, not working, and doing weird things is a problem. In any case, let me see what happens now with my headphones. Also, this is still showing that we're capturing the microphone, even though technically we're not. Well, something to think about. I wonder if this is just lingering there for a while more, or if this is actually on. Yeah, it's on until we close the application. So we're not correctly saying that we're done using the microphone. So I think that disconnecting the node doesn't really do anything for us. I don't know. Okay, let me see. It's AirPod time. Where's my AirPod? stuff. Okay, let's see what happens now. Test, 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 test. Oh, I can hear something. Wait. Test. Oh, test, 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 test. Hmm. Test, test, test. It works, I think. Wait. Test, test, test. It works, but it's really low volume. Test. Oh, okay. This was it. So it's working. Test. That did not work. I can hear still it. I can still hear it here. Hmm. Test. Yeah, right. This does not work because I commented some of that code out. So actually calling capture update doesn't update shit. Okay, so my device, like the code that connects an audio engine node to a hardware device is wrong. That is the problem. And I don't know if you can, like, how should you handle this stuff? Like, it's unclear to me how you should be handling um swapping out the device, because clearly my code does not do that correctly. Wait, does maybe I need to call some kind of init function to reset those nodes. So maybe when we call this, oh, also, you know what I'm fucking up probably? Current device. Is there input? Wait, I write input. It's it's not an error, but it sends me to the output one. What the fuck does that mean? There's no input anywhere. Wish I could see which file I'm in. Audio unit properties. Sample rate. Make connection. Parameter list. Pass dispatch. CPU load, stream format, element count, latency, supported number of channels, maximum frames per slice. Huh. Set external buffer. Value strings, UI component list, audio channel layout, tail time, bypass effect, less render error, set render callback, factory presets, context name, host callbacks. Oh, there's a bajillion of these things. Current device is running. Read write, read only, read write, channel map, enable IO. Output units default to output only operation. Most applications may disable output or enable input operation using this property if the output unit supports it. 0 disabled, 1 enabled using IO proc. What? Has IO. Start time sum 0. Also, you don't know if it's read or write. Okay. Oh my god. output output units default to output only operation. Host applications may disable output or enable input operation using this property. Scope output element 0 equals output. Scope input element 1 equals input. Yeah, I think I'm missing good code for connecting an Arduino engine node to a hardware. I think there's more mucking of this kind that has to happen, and we're just not doing it right. Also, I'm surprised that there is no higher level function to say use this device or use that device. Like the fuck, that part I don't understand. You're curious and you have a Mac? Uh, yeah, sure. I can I can definitely push this somewhere. Uh, yeah. So I think it's my code that is broken. It's entirely my code, and I think as it is now, in the current semi-broken state, test. Yeah. Now I'm gonna try to change hardware, but not through the system, but through the OS, which is um, I don't know. Let's see what the Mac does automatically. Test, 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 test. Okay, this is now dead, and I don't hear anything. Test, 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 test. Now we. Oh, engine broke. Look. So engine broke, and I guess we're supposed to rebuild it. How does rebuilding it work exactly? Okay, let's try to do something smart in the callback. So when we see engine broke, rebuild the engine. It's the start function essentially. Mm, okay, let's see. Let's try the transition again. Test, test. Okay, test. Okay, okay, okay. I can hear it. Works. But now there's a twist. Uh-oh. Oh. So this works, but I'm not using the AirPods as input anymore. Well, what if I want to do it weird? Boom, boom, boom. Mac Mini speakers? No, completely dead. HD X60, completely dead. Any of the other ones? Completely dead. So okay, this that I'm trying is a kind of an impossible combo. This plus this should be fine, but this guy died. Like even though we have a restart success, uh, this died. Like this straight up died. Oh no! So it's oh no! Force quit. I don't even I don't even think that some of these things are like my fault. I think that some are like kind half inevitable. Like okay, that was a cursed combo. I'll admit that that was a cursed combo. Um, I don't. Can you hear now from? Let, let's try this. So it's working. What do you guys hear? Yeah, you're hearing the right device. And yeah, it's echoing because it's a shitty microphone. It's the microphone of my shitty webcam. then AirPods, 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 AirPods. Took a while, but AirPods. Okay. Back to this. Back to this. We're good. Okay, so I guess this is kind of it. I guess this is kind of it. But okay, this is kind of it. But I don't know how to change device from these drop down menus because the code that I have that does that just does not do that. It's fine, I guess. I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. So, but the good news is that with this, we are correctly using Bluetooth devices. So with this setup, with a single engine, now we are correctly doing Bluetooth devices. The things that I don't know though are how do you stop using a given hardware device? Because the moment we start the engine, look, we're now using this and there's just there's no way out. There's no way out. I'm thinking that capture stop should at this point just entirely obliterate the engine and then we recreate it. Like stopping it is not enough. I want to know exactly what I'm supposed to do to stop showing this notification here. Then because we are not capturing the microphone, right? So it is correct for us to show that. Then I need to understand how you swap hardware. And I mean, what's left? What's left at this point? I guess I could wire the callbacks that we have now to calls and see how that works. But I want to make the code a little bit better first. I feel like that this code that I have right now is just very, 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 very janky. So turns out that I didn't know how many I would be able to do. Turns out we didn't even do this one. We did fix Bluetooth though. Now Bluetooth works. Yeah, but setting stuff from here is complicated. Also, it seems that setting microphone from AirPods and audio not from AirPods, just not a thing. You just straight up cannot. I mean, I don't know who would do such a thing, but yeah, it seems that. I mean, if the, I guess you could say that if you're using a input device that has also output channels, then selecting it, you have to select also that same device as the output device. I guess that would be not wrong. That would be reasonable. I guess. Maybe that's what I have to do. In any case, this all hinges on the ability to change the active hardware device programmatically on our end, and we just don't know how to do this. So far, the only thing that we know how to do is, well, see that the engine broke and restart it. That's the only thing that it seems we know how to do. Um, okay, so I think this is kind of time for me to call it a day. Let me see. Maybe a little bit more. You know what? I'm not gonna call it a day yet. So let's see what else we can implement. Maybe I can wire these two calls, I guess. Because right now we're not doing the correct life cycle for calls. All right, we're not calling sound capturing, that's for sure. Do you plan to support adjusting volume on individual participants? Yes, 100%. Oh, by the way, crypto code. You were asking about the test stuff. I mean, you saw it, right? I've been playing with it for a while now. So this is what we have for now. Uh, so to take a break from the pain of OS integration code, let me also show this to everybody in chat. So I wrote this yesterday. This is currently my plan for how to model um, some voice settings. So the idea is this: by default, Awebo, it's not implemented yet, but by default, Awebo will turn on noise canceling on your microphone. The goal is this: the goal is to make it so that Awebo users don't go around with always on microphones. That is disgusting. And by the way, if you look at how like WebRTC uh, documentation and stuff talk about voice calls, they have this whole idea that you should always be with your microphone on. No, absolutely not. Not in our case. So the idea is we need a good way to make sure that people have reasonable default settings that then they can personalize appropriately if they want to. So the idea is baseline, you get automatic noise removal, which hopefully means that when you don't speak, your microphone automatically shuts off. Then, if you want, there's a drop down menu basically that allows you to change to turn off noise canceling and turn on instead a voice activation threshold. It's one or the other, and the voice activation threshold is considered the advanced option. It's considered the advanced option because it requires you to set a level. You will have to set the threshold yourself. And I also don't have the automated version of that because I think Discord still has it. It definitely used to have it. I think it still does. Settings. Input profile, voice isolation. Yeah. Studio, pure audio, open mic with no processing. Yeah, no, bro. We're not gonna have this. Like, I don't know why this is even an option in Discord. Fuck this. You're not gonna have this. What you're gonna have is this, the threshold stuff, without the option to adjust it automatically. I have never, ever in my life seen this work well. Like this feature turned on. Never. People use their own audio processing, but that is fine. I am using my own audio processing. So you know what you do? You select this version and you take this knob and you put it all the way to the left. There you go. But this open mic, like constantly open mic, it is just not a thing in Awebo. You just don't do it. Like there is no rational reason to have open mic no matter what. So we're not gonna have that. Then okay, there's also, well, push to talk is also an option, I guess. That makes sense. Yeah. Noise suppression, as I was saying, that's an alternative. To show advanced voice settings. What do we have? Automatic. Wait, the automatic gain control. Okay. Advanced voice activity. Turning off this might help your voice not being detected. Turning this off may help if your voice is not being detected by the automatic input sensitivity. So So this knob, it's unclear what this knob does. It interacts with this. If it's problematic, turn it off. They don't tell you why you should want it on in the first place. We can't know. No audio detected warning. Show a warning when Discord is not detecting audio from your mic. Yeah, I had to turn this off because um because then I mute myself from the outside and Discord goes insane. This is another stupid thing in my opinion. Switch voice channel warning. Show a confirmation prompt before switching to a different voice channel. Okay. Quality of service. Hints to your router. Transmitting high priority. Some routers or internet providers might misbehave when this is set. This is the UDP packet priority thing that I set. Why would they misbehave with this? Also, why is this off? Huh. Well, I mean, I guess the fact that they added a knob for it, it means that maybe it is problematic sometimes. I guess some networks where the network administrator really hates you if you try to send out packets that ask for expedited forwarding, like they send you an angry email. Like, I don't know why, but maybe that's why this option is here. Huh. In any case, also with all the issues today, I didn't demo the latest and greatest. Like, check this out. Okay, the room is a little bit dark. Give me a sec. There be light. I'm not a Smurf anymore. We got DVOI added what was necessary to get the right texture format. So there we go. No more Smurf. So I don't know. I don't know. We can try to connect this to the voice call. This is going to be annoying though because it means that the drop-down menus are just unusable essentially. So what I can do in the meantime, so this I could make this committable by disabling the drop-down menus, or we comment them out temporarily. Oh, it might not have the concept of being disabled, does it? Yeah, we could comment them out. Camera is fine. Wait, where's the other one? Yeah, I guess for now we keep it like this, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's sad. That is pure sadness. Um, well, to connect this to, I'm on a branch, so I'm just gonna say on this branch. So to get this to work with a call, it means that we need to essentially we need to do everything that we are doing here. So not this, but this needs to be done. What if we did this? Yeah, these APIs are a mess. Right now, they're a complete fucking mess. Okay, let me try with a echo server. Test.
Test?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Huh.
I'm
I'm
not
not
liking
liking
up
up
though.
though.
Why?
Why?
This
This
regressed.
regressed.
Test.
Test?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow
Somehow
this
this
regressed.
regressed.
Or maybe it's in the echo server nature. I don't know. Let's try a non-echo server and then let's open two instances of Awebo and see what happens. Test.
Test?
Uh-oh.
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 Why?
Why?
Why? Why am I hearing myself back? Test.
Test?
Test.
Test?
Test.
Test?
Test.
Test?
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
Nothing is working. Why am I always hearing myself back? Is most of this machinery transferable to a future iOS app? I think a good chunk of it, yes. There are some extra things that you need to worry about on iOS, but they do have audio engine, and I believe it's mostly the same stuff. Like the graph stuff is the same. It's just the stuff around it that is different. Okay, so why are we hearing ourselves back? I bet you that the knob that I set to 0 was never the right knob. I bet you that this knob here that is set to 0 is not it. We only do turning it on in capture test start. Yes. And we're not starting a audio test when we join, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Test.
Test?
By the way, this explains why um, we were not seeing the thing light up. Audio is not reaching the sync node. That actually reminds me. Do we set the global variable correctly? Also, here we're accepting a user data. Wait a second. Here we're accepting a user data that we do nothing with. Oh no, did I fuck up this? Wait, were those functions misbehaving because I messed up the ABI? Oh no. Actually, you know what? I'm secretly hoping that this is the case because that would mean that they're not actually that bad. Playback update. No, never mind. We were passing down the right stuff. Rip. Mm, rip. So in engine start. Oh, but we are definitely fucking this up. Okay, wait. Audio engine start. Okay, wait. Somewhere at some point we're supposed to write down a pointer to audio. Where this receives a pointer to audio, this calls the Discord devices and listen. This calls engine start. This needs to set AC. Okay, that would explain some of the issues we were having with calls. Test. Okay. No, we're definitely not doing great still. Man, I broke everything. Does anyone know how to make build.zig not rebuild my C libraries every time I run zig build in my project? Uh, it should not rebuild your C libraries normally. Here's my recommendation. Delete the local and global cache. The Zig local cache and the Zig global cache. The local cache is .zig-cache in your project directory. The global one, if you're on like Linux or Mac, it's uh, it's in home directory .cache / zig. Delete both. See if the situation improves. It should not be rebuilding your C libraries every time. Assuming that means that you have a bunch of C files and you added them to a Zig module, and you just define a Zig module that also builds those C libraries. In that case, then yeah, the build system should definitely be able to cache that. I use Go to create a clib from a golib. Well, then there is no way for Zig to know that your stuff hasn't changed. Zig cannot track that. Um, or rather, the way this should work is that you will invoke Go, I guess, from the build system, and then it creates output files. Those output files become input files in your compilation. I think those input files. So the fact that they get regenerated by Go every single time, oh, you know what might be happening. So if Go generates identical files every single time, then yeah, Zig would cache them. But if Go, for example, puts somewhere in the generated outputs the build time, the build date time, then that's gonna change every time you reinvoke it. So uh, in conclusion, my recommendation would be to not run Sigo every time, but instead make it a separate, like a dedicated build step that you only run whenever you touch the Go stuff. And basically, you keep using what Go generated the last time without regenerating it every single time. Either that, or you see if you can find a flag that makes Go generate basically there's maybe there's a flag for reproducible builds. And so if you can use that flag, then in theory Go should be able to uh, start generating identical files at every run, which then the Zig build system will correctly recognize as not having changed. The build system has like two main ways of recognizing if the files are the same. It looks at when they were touched the last time, so like date, access, that kind of stuff that the file system has. Or if that has changed, then it will hash the file, but the hash has to be the same. Hmm. Okay, so why are we not even pumping audio to the sync node? That is surprising. So we look at this. Yeah, I think this knob is just fucked up. This is not the right knob. Let's try bus 0. Is it by any chance that the latest thing, that the newest thing is always bus 0 and then everybody else is shifted over for some reason? I don't know. Test? No. This is not it. The fuck? Am I somehow calling into this code by mistake? So if I'm calling into the task call code, we would see it, right? Capture start, capture update. So we never call this. We never call the audio test. Oh, no. I so don't understand how this works. Bus 0 doesn't do it. Is it bus 1? Test? No. Bus 2? Sorry, I don't know what to put in there. Test? Okay, so like this literally does nothing. Capture mixer mode, destination for mixer. I think it's almost as if it gets overridden. I guess when a new device gets connected, this value gets overridden. So this, in my opinion, is 1. So it means that I guess we'll do it like this. What about every time we connect a new input, that's the wrong thing. The Automixing destination. Hmm. Test. So somehow I don't even know how to set this thing to 0. That is so weird. Test. I don't even know how to do this. What a disaster. Okay, I'm calling it a day. Everybody, it's been kind of a pleasure. Look, I tried. I made some progress. I need to reset before attempting again. And I need to reset before attempting again. Some progress was made, some progress just not. I don't know why. I just don't know why. Okay, I'll just try one last thing and then close the stream. Is there a way? Okay, so if this freaking knob doesn't want to work, so is there a way to, can we not connect the capture mixer to the main mixer and be happy? If this plays back in my headphones, I'll go insane. I will go insane. Oh no, it's required condition is false. Input node different than null pointer, or output node different than null pointer. I mean, oh no, I do connect the capture node to the sync node. Oh, I guess without this connection, then the main mixer node is connected to nothing. Incomprehensible problems. Anyway, see you all next time. Bye, everyone.